Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The silver leaves of the Whisperwind Forest trembled, though no breeze disturbed the twilight air. High in the crystalline towers of Silvermere, the most gifted elven bards opened their mouths to sing the Dawn Chorus, a ritual unchanged for 10,000 years. But where enchanted melodies should have flowed, only hollow whispers emerged. The ancient magic that had sustained their realm since the First Age faltered, and for the first time in living memory, the sun rose over the elven lands without the accompaniment of the creation songs. 300 leagues away, deep beneath the Spinecrest Mountains, Master runesmith Barador Stonehammer pressed his weathered palm against the great shield wall. The luminous blue runes that had protected the dwarven stronghold of Khazakern for millennia flickered like dying embers. His voice, usually as steady as the mountain itself, trembled as he addressed the gathered conclave. The runes of protection are failing. Our greatest magics weaken with each passing hour. Thus began the silence that would change the fate of both realms forever. Lyrandel moved silently through the moonlit forest, her silver hair gleaming like polished metal in the darkness. Once one of the most promising bards of the Silverleaf Academy, now she was an outcast, branded a heretic for daring to suggest that elven and dwarven magics might be complementary rather than opposed. The traditional elven melodies carried the power of creation, while dwarven runes channeled the strength of protection, two halves of the same magical spectrum, as she had argued before the scornful elven council. Her fingers brushed the enchanted lyre strapped to her back, an instrument that once channeled her songs into powerful enchantments. Now its strings produced only the faintest resonance, like a distant echo of its former glory. The failure of the creation songs had spread throughout the elven lands, withering enchanted gardens and dimming magical lights that had burned for centuries. The snap of a twig ahead brought her to a halt. Her hand moved to the slender dagger at her hip as a stocky figure emerged from the shadows. "You're late, elf," came a gruff voice. "And you're far from your mountains, dwarf," she replied, relaxing slightly at the sight of Thormak Ironhand. The dwarf's beard was braided with small metal rings inscribed with runes, and his forearms bore the distinctive blue tattoos of a master runesmith. Like her, he was a pariah among his kind for suggesting cooperation with the elves. "The situation worsens," Thormak said, his dark eyes troubled beneath bushy brows. "The great forge of Khazakern has gone cold. Runes inscribed just days ago are fading like morning mist." Lyrandel nodded grimly. "As the eternal gardens have withered, the council blames your people, claims dwarven miners must have disturbed something ancient beneath the mountains." Thormak snorted. "And the conclave is convinced elven magic has interfered with the rune stones." He ran a hand through his thick beard. "But we know better, don't we?" From his pack, he withdrew a fragment of black stone inscribed with markings that were neither elven script nor dwarven runes, but something older, a strange hybrid of both. "I found this in the Forgotten Archives. It speaks of an artifact called the Silencer, created during the Shadow Wars." Thormak's voice dropped to a whisper. and a weapon designed to neutralize both elven songs and dwarven runes. Lyrandal's breath caught. The Shadow Wars were barely mentioned in elven histories, a dark time when both races had fought against a common enemy, though the nature of that enemy had been deliberately obscured by the historians of both peoples. The silencer was supposed to have been destroyed, she murmured, tracing the alien symbols with her fingertip. If it's been unearthed, then someone wants both our peoples vulnerable, Thormak finished. The text mentions the Chamber of Echoes in the Spinecrest Mountains. If the silencer exists, that's where we'll find it. The journey to the Spinecrest Mountains was perilous. Without functioning protective runes, the paths once secured by dwarven magic had become hunting grounds for mountain trolls and worse creatures. Twice they narrowly escaped patrols, once from elven rangers commanded to bring Lyrandal back for questioning, and once from dwarven warriors with similar orders for Thormak. On the seventh day, as they ascended a narrow path between towering peaks, a figure awaited them at a bend in the trail. Tall and slender, yet sturdy, with features that blended elven grace and dwarven strength, he stood with the confidence of one who needed no welcome. Lyrandal Silvervoice and Thormak Ironhand, he said, his voice melodious yet resonant with an undertone like stone striking stone. The heretics who would bridge what was broken. I've been expecting you. Lyrandal tensed, her hand moving to her useless lyre out of habit. Ambassador Valar, she said, recognizing the half-elven diplomat who had for decades served as an intermediary between the elven and dwarven courts. What brings you to these wild lands? Valar smiled, though the expression didn't reach his eyes that were neither fully elven nor dwarven, but held the amber hue rarely seen in either race. The same thing that brings you, I imagine. The failure of magic, the panic spreading through both realms. He gestured for them to follow. Come. What you seek is nearby, and time grows short. Thormak's hand rested on the handle of his runic hammer. You know of the silencer? Valar's smile widened. Know of it, my dear dwarf, I activated it. Before either could react, Valar had raised his hand. From his palm emanated a strange harmonic, half song, half resonating rune that froze them in place, their muscles suddenly leaden. Don't struggle, he advised, leading them up the mountain path with gestures of his hand, their bodies following against their will. I have mastered what both your peoples forgot, the true magic that preceded your artificial division. The path opened into a vast cavern where stalactites and stalagmites had grown together to form massive columns like the pipes of some enormous stone organ. At the center stood an obsidian pillar, its surface covered in markings similar to those on Thormak's stone fragment. The pillar pulsed with a dark energy that seemed to absorb the light rather than emit it. The silencer, Valar announced proudly, created during the Shadow Wars not as a weapon against some external enemy, but as a defense for my people, the Runsingers. With a twist of his fingers, he released them from their paralysis. Both stumbled, gasping. Your people, Lyrandal managed, massaging feeling back into her arms. Valar's handsome face hardened. The third race, those who could both sing creation and inscribe protection. We were the pinnacle of magical achievement until elves and dwarves decided our power was too great, our existence too threatening to their separate identities. His voice had taken on a bitter edge that cut like a winter wind through the cavern. The Shadow Wars weren't fought against some ancient evil. They were a genocide, your two races uniting for the sole purpose of exterminating mine. Thormak shook his head in disbelief. That's not in any of our histories. Of course not, Valar spat. Victors write the histories. My ancestors, those few who survived, went into hiding, passing down the truth through generations. For centuries, we've lived between your worlds, watching, waiting. I've served as ambassador for 60 years, enduring the contempt of both sides for my mixed blood, all while searching for this. He caressed the obsidian pillar lovingly. The silencer doesn't destroy magic, it returns it to its original, unified state, a state only runsingers can access. You would leave both realms defenseless out of vengeance? Lyrandel challenged, her voice rising. The trolls have already begun descending from the high peaks. Without the protection runes, the dwarven cities will fall. Without the creation songs, the elven forests will die. Vela's amber eyes flashed. And why should I care? Did either of your peoples care when they hunted mine to near extinction? When they separated the unified magic into two incomplete halves to ensure no one could ever again wield what we once did? Thormak stepped forward, his runic hammer held loosely at his side. If what you say is true, then a great wrong was done to your people. But this, he gestured toward the silencer, this only perpetuates the cycle of harm. If magic returns to its unified state, teach us to use it together. Show us the way forward, instead of punishing us for the past. Something flickered in Vylar's expression, a moment of uncertainty. Lyrandel seized the opportunity. You've lived among both our peoples, Vylar. You know we are more than our histories. The prejudice you've endured, that we've all endured for questioning the separation, it comes from fear and ignorance, not malice. She took a step closer. The very fact that Thormak and I stand here, elf and dwarf working together, proves change is possible. Vela's jaw tightened. Pretty words from the silver-tongued elf. Not words, Thormak said. Action! With a sudden movement, he hurled his hammer, not at Valar, but at his own feet. The impact shattered the stone floor, sending cracks racing toward the obsidian pillar. Valar cried out in alarm, casting a desperate spell that combined elven melody and dwarven rune in a display of magic neither Lyrandel nor Thormak had ever witnessed. The fissures in the floor sealed themselves, but Valar staggered, drained by the effort. You see, Lyrandel said softly, you have a gift, a knowledge that could transform both our societies. The silencer has made its point. Our separate magics have failed. Now show us how to unite them correctly, not through force, but through understanding. For a long moment, the cavern lay silent except for the faint, rhythmic pulse of the silencer. Then Valar straightened, his expression unreadable. Perhaps, he began, then shook his head. No, it's too late for reconciliation. My people are gone, save for me, the last Runsinger. Then ensure they are remembered properly, Thormak urged. Not as victims, but as teachers, the ones who showed the way forward. Valar's eyes closed, his breathing steady as he considered. When he opened them again, there was a new resolve in his gaze. I will deactivate the silencer, he said finally. But in return, both your peoples must acknowledge what was done to mine, and I will teach this unified magic to those who are willing to learn, starting with you two outcasts. Lyrandel and Thormak exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. The path will not be easy, Valar warned, placing his hands on the obsidian pillar. Centuries of separation have created deep divisions. Many will resist the change. Then we will be the bridge, Lyrandel said simply. As Valar began the complex process of deactivating the artifact, his voice rising in a strange melody while his fingers traced glowing symbols, Lyrandel felt a faint vibration from her lyre. At the same moment, the runic tattoos on Thormak's arms flickered with renewed energy. The first notes of a new song, one that was neither fully elven nor dwarven, but something greater than both, began to echo through the chamber of echoes, promising a future where division might give way to harmony and ancient wounds might finally begin to heal. Story 2. The 3 moons of Etheria hung in perfect alignment for the first time in a millennium, their silvery light casting long shadows across the ancient watchtowers of Lumiris, the easternmost fortress of the Elven realm. Atop the highest spire, Sentinel Captain Elisanda Moonwhisper gazed upward, her ageless face tight with apprehension. The air itself seemed to shimmer with foreboding, carrying whispers from another world. "It begins," she murmured, her hand reflexively tightening around the crystalline hilt of her moonblade. Behind her, 50 of the Queen's finest sentinels stood in formation, their armor gleaming with enchantments woven through centuries of elven craftsmanship. Each wore the sacred silver circlet that marked them as Twilight Guardians, sworn since the First Age to protect the 7 eastern portals when the convergence came. Far to the west, beyond the shattered plains and beneath the imposing Ironspine Mountains, the dwarven rune shields would be taking their positions before their own portals. 2 ancient races, divided by history and pride, yet bound by a common duty that transcended their mutual distrust. As the final moon slid into perfect alignment, a sound like the tearing of reality itself rent the night. The air before the watchtower shimmered and split, revealing a swirling vortex of midnight blue and violet energies. The twilight portal had opened, and the massacre began. Thalis' shadow song knelt among the bodies of the fallen sentinels, his trembling fingers hovering over Captain Elisander's cold face. The fortress of Lumiris, once the pride of elven architecture with its spiraling crystal towers and enchanted gardens, now lay in ruins. Of the 50 guardians stationed here, none had survived. The twilight portal stood open and unguarded, a pulsing wound in reality. "This wasn't supposed to happen," he whispered, violet eyes scanning the destruction. "The defenses have held for 9 convergences. At 23 summers, Thalis was considered barely more than a child by elven standards. His appointment to the Queen's Mage Circle had raised eyebrows, not for his prowess with magic, which was considerable, but for the nature of that magic. While most elven mages channeled the light of stars and moon, Thalis had shown an unsettling affinity for shadow manipulation, a discipline considered dangerously close to the magics of the shadow realm they guarded against. Now, as he stood amid the slaughter, tendrils of darkness curled around his fingers unbidden, responding to his grief and rage. A stone clattered behind him. Thalis spun, shadows coalescing into deadly blades around his outstretched hands. "Peace, elf, I mean no harm." The figure that emerged from behind a collapsed column was stocky and broad-shouldered, unmistakably dwarven despite the hood that shadowed her features. "Dwarven scout," Thalis hissed, shadows still flickering around his fingers. "Come to survey your handiwork," the dwarf snorted, pushing back her hood to reveal a female face framed by intricate braids adorned with metal beads. Most striking were the luminescent blue runes tattooed across her forehead and cheeks, runes that no proper dwarf would bear so openly. "Oh, if I'd done this, elf, I wouldn't be foolish enough to return." She gestured at the carnage. "Muradin's stone shield, formerly of Khazad-dûrin, and your queen has already declared war on my people for this atrocity, so spare me your accusations." Thalis hesitated, then allowed the shadows around his hands to dissipate. "War? Already?" Moradin nodded grimly. The Queen Elisanda sent word to the 7 clans before the smoke had cleared from your watchtowers. She claims dwarven runesmiths sabotaged your defenses. Her eyes hardened. "Meanwhile, 2 of our western portals have also been breached. Our rune shields slaughtered just like your sentinels. Thalis's eyes widened. Impossible. If both eastern and western portals are compromised, then we're all facing extinction, Moradin finished. That's why I'm here. Something isn't right. These attacks were too coordinated, too similar. A distant howl echoed through the ruins, the cry of something not born of their world. Both elf and dwarf tensed. We should move, Thalis said. More will come through the portal soon. Moradin nodded. I know a place, but first... She hesitated, then reached into her pack and withdrew a metallic object that gleamed with ancient power. Do you recognize this? Thalis inhaled sharply. It was a broken rod of some strange, silvery metal, inscribed with symbols that were neither elven script nor dwarven runes, but something older, more primal. A fragment of the scepter of balance, he whispered. But that's just a legend. Moradin's expression was grave. So were the breaches of the twilight portals until today. The hidden cave in the foothills of the Mist Peak Mountains offered temporary sanctuary. As Thalis kindled magical lights that hovered just below the low ceiling, Moradin spread out a weathered map marked with the locations of all 14 twilight portals, 7 guarded by elves to the east, 7 by dwarves to the west. 4 have been breached, she said, marking them with small obsidian stones. 2 elven, 2 dwarven. At this rate, all will fall before the convergence ends in 7 days. Thalis studied the fragment of the scepter of balance, which lay between them on the cave floor. According to ancient legends, the scepter had been created before the First Age to control the flow of energies between realms. It had been deliberately broken, and its pieces scattered when the responsibility of guarding the portals was divided between elves and dwarves. How did you come by this? He asked. Moradin's tattooed face tightened. I was exiled from Khazad-dûrin 5 years ago for suggesting that dwarven rune magic and elven spellcraft might be complementary rather than opposed. During my wanderings, I found texts describing the scepter and its fragments. She touched one of the strange runes tattooed on her cheek. I adapted some of the symbols I found into my own runic protections. That's when the dreams began. Dreams, Thalis leaned forward, of the void elementals, of their plans for the convergence. Her voice dropped. They're not invaders, Thalis. They were here before us. A chill ran down Thalis's spine. The ancient texts in the forbidden section of the Queen's library had hinted at such things, suggesting that both elves and dwarves had evolved from a single, more powerful race that had been sundered in some cataclysmic event. You're saying the creatures of the Shadow Realm are our ancestors, Moradin finished, and they want their world back. The revelation hung in the air between them, too momentous to immediately absorb. Finally, Thalis spoke. If what you say is true, then the division between our peoples serves their purpose. By keeping us separate, focused on our differences, they ensure we never rediscover the unified magic that might resist them. Moradin nodded. My dream showed me where to find 3 fragments of the scepter. We'll need all 7 to seal the portals permanently. And we have 7 days until the convergence ends, Thalis mused. After which, the portals will remain open for 1,000 years. Their eyes met across the dim cave, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Whatever the ancient enmity between their peoples, whatever wars might now be brewing, the threat they faced transcended all of it. A shadow-wielding elf and a rune-tattooed dwarf, Moradin said with a grim smile. Ha! The last hope of Etheria. The journey to recover the scepter fragments tested them in ways neither had imagined. In the crystal catacombs beneath the elven city of Silvermere, they faced guardian constructs programmed to attack any dwarf who entered. Among the floating islands of the Skyhaven archipelago, they battled wind elementals, corrupted by void energies. Each fragment recovered made the scepter more complete, and with each addition, strange memories began to surface in both Thalis and Moradin, memories that belonged to neither elf nor dwarf, but to something older. On the sixth day, as they approached the obsidian spire, where the final fragment was said to rest, they encountered their first void elemental. It materialized before them on the narrow mountain path, a being of swirling darkness with points of light, like distant stars visible in its depths. Its form was vaguely humanoid but fluid, shifting between shapes that suggested aspects of both elven grace and dwarven solidity. "Children of the Sundering," it spoke, its voice resonating directly in their minds. "And do you have come far?" Thalis raised his hands, shadows gathering around them, while Moradin's runes glowed brightly across her skin. "We know what you are," Thalis declared, "and we will not allow you to reclaim this world." The elemental's form rippled in what might have been amusement. "You know nothing. You are pale reflections, fragments yourselves. When the void gates open fully, the rejoining will begin. You will become what you were always meant to be. At the cost of everything we are now," Moradin countered, her runes pulsing with power. "We may be descendants of your kind, but we have built our own civilizations, our own identities. Flawed, divided, weak." The elemental's form expanded, darkness spreading across the path. "The convergence comes once in a millennium, a chance to undo the mistake of separation. To make our race whole again." Thalis felt shadow magic rising within him, responding to the elemental's presence. Beside him, Moradin's runic tattoos blazed like blue fire. The nearly complete scepter fragment in his pack thrummed with energy. "We choose to remain as we are," Thalis said firmly. "Elves and dwarves, different, yes, but stronger together than apart." With a gesture of challenge, he drew forth the assembled scepter. 6 fragments had been joined, leaving only a small gap where the final piece would fit. Even incomplete, it radiated ancient power. The elemental recoiled visibly. "The divider, you would use our own creation against us." "Not to divide," Moradin interjected, "but to choose our own fate." Together, they channeled their power into the scepter, Thalis's shadow magic, and Moradin's runecraft, merging through the ancient artifact. The elemental writhed as bonds of shadow and light ensnared it. "The final fragment," it gasped. "You will never reach it. Our forces surround the spire. The other portals already open wider. Time runs short." Thalis felt a moment of doubt, but Moradin stepped forward, her face set with determination. "Then we create our own fragment," she declared, reaching for the empty space in the scepter. "From what we are now, not what we once were." Understanding bloomed in Thalis's mind. Together, they poured their combined magic into the gap. Shadow and rune, elven finesse and dwarven durability. Where there had been emptiness, new material formed. A crystalline substance that was neither metal nor stone, but something altogether new. The completed scepter flared with blinding light. When their vision cleared, the elemental was gone, and the path to the obsidian spire lay open before them. On the 7th day, as the convergence reached its peak, Thalis and Moradin stood at the nexus of realities, deep within the heart of the obsidian spire. Around them, swirling energies connected all 14 twilight portals into a single vast gateway. Armies of elves and dwarves clashed on both fronts, fighting not only the creatures emerging from the portals, but also each other. Each race convinced the other was responsible for the breaches. "They still don't understand," Moradin said sadly, watching the magical projection of the battles raging across Ethereal. Thylis nodded, raising the completed scepter. "Then we must show them." As they channeled their combined power through the artifact, the scepter released a pulse of energy that rippled outward through all the portals. Where it touched, it did not seal the gateways, as they had initially planned, but transformed them, stabilizing the passages between realms. Through these stabilized portals came not an invasion force, but emissaries, void elementals in peaceful aspect, bearing knowledge and memories of what once had been. Not conquest, Thylis realized as understanding flooded him. Reunion. The fighting gradually ceased as elves and dwarves alike were touched by the wave of ancient memories. They had never been meant to fear the Shadow Realm or its inhabitants, only to mature as separate cultures until both were ready to remember their shared origins without losing their unique identities. In the days that followed, the first tentative steps toward true unity began. Ancient enmities would not vanish overnight, but the seed had been planted. Elves and dwarves and void elementals, three aspects of one original race, had begun the long journey toward understanding. And at the center of it all stood two unlikely heroes, a shadow-wielding elf and a rune-marked dwarf, the Twilight Bearers who had carried their peoples from darkness into dawn. Story 3. Thunder rolled across the Iron Peak Mountains as ancient horns bellowed from the depths of Karazvordum, their mournful echoes carrying news that would reshape the fate of two realms. King Thorgrim, Ironheart, last of the direct line of Durin, had passed into the stone from which dwarven legend claimed their ancestors were hewn. The funeral procession wound through cavernous halls illuminated by crystalline lanterns, their blue-white glow casting long shadows across walls adorned with runes chronicling 7,000 years of history. Above the bier, suspended by chains of mithril, hung half of an ancient crown, a semicircle of gold inlaid with sapphires and diamonds that caught the light like captured stars. As the body of the king disappeared into the sacred crypt, a wizened dwarf draped in midnight blue robes stepped forward. Rune Master Kazarim's white beard reached nearly to his feet, adorned with beads of precious metals marking his 2 centuries of service to the throne. His voice, surprisingly powerful for one who appeared so ancient, resonated throughout the great hall. The king under the mountain returns to stone, leaving no heir of pure blood. His gnarled fingers gestured toward the half-crown. In this darkest hour, the ancient prophecy must be remembered. Only one of mixed blood shall unite the divided crown and prevent the shadows from consuming both realms. Murmurs rippled through the gathering like wind through autumn leaves. Every dwarf knew the legend of the Crown of Durin, split in two at the culmination of the Great War 5 centuries past. One half retained by the dwarves, the other taken by the elves as assurance of peace. The very suggestion that someone of mixed heritage, half-dwarf, half-elf, might claim rulership struck at the foundation of dwarven identity. As heated debate erupted among the Council of Elders, none noticed the subtle smile that played across Kazarim's weathered lips, nor the unnatural gleam in his eyes that matched the blue fire burning in the depths of the mountain. Far from the grandeur of Karazvordum, in the borderlands where the mountains gave way to the plains of humanity, Thorian wiped sweat from his brow and returned to his anvil. His forge at the outskirts of Westwatch town was humble, but had earned a reputation for exceptional work. Neither fully dwarven nor fully elven in appearance, Thorian stood taller than any dwarf, yet more solidly built than any elf. His auburn beard was shorter than dwarven tradition demanded, but fuller than any elf could grow, and his slightly pointed ears peeked through dark hair pulled back in a practical knot. The sword he hammered bore the hallmarks of both elven elegance and dwarven durability, a fusion of styles that had become his signature. Few knew his heritage. Fewer still knew his true name. To the humans of Westwatch, he was simply Master Smith, the foreigner with peculiar ways but unmatched skill. As twilight descended, Thorian sensed rather than heard the presence at his door. Turning, he found a cloaked figure silhouetted against the dying light. "Your hammer speaks with your father's voice," said a melodious female voice, "but your patterns flow with your mother's grace." Thorian's grip tightened around his hammer. Few know that story, and fewer would dare speak of it openly. The figure pushed back her hood, revealing features of ethereal elven beauty framed by silver blonde hair. Yet her eyes held none of the typical elven disdain for lesser races, only urgency and something akin to grudging respect. "I am Elindra Starweaver, guardian of the Eastern relics and keeper of the elven treasury." She produced a scroll bearing seals of both dwarven and elven design. "The king under the mountain is dead. The prophecy has awakened." Thorian's practiced composure faltered. For 20 years, he had lived among humans, having fled the prejudice of both ancestral societies. 20 years spent forging a life as carefully as he forged steel, hiding from the legacy of his forbidden parentage. "The prophecy is not my concern," he said finally, returning to his work. "Neither realm has claimed me as their own. Why should I answer their call now?" Elindra stepped forward, her movement fluid as water. "It because the shadows gather, Thorian, son of Thrain and Elariel, because without you, both realms will fall." The journey north through the divided lands tested them at every turn. Ancient enmities between elves and dwarves had left this once fertile region scarred by magical warfare, populated by twisted creatures and dangerous anomalies. 3 days into their journey, as they made camp in the ruins of a once great watchtower, Elindra finally revealed what she carried, a silk-wrapped bundle that emanated soft golden light when uncovered. The second half of Durin's crown. "The Council of Starlight opposed my bringing this," she admitted, her fingers tracing the ancient metalwork. "But they would rather see the elven realms burn than return it to dwarven hands." Thorian studied the artifact without touching it. "And what makes you different?" "I read the original prophecy texts," she said simply. "Not the convenient translations that have been passed down." Before Thorian could question her further, a thunderous crash announced they were no longer alone. Standing in the doorway, silhouetted against the moons, was a dwarf of imposing stature, his beard braided with iron rings, his massive hammer raised threateningly. "Step away from the crown half, elf," he growled. Elindra's hand moved to the slender blade at her hip, but Thorian stepped between them. "If you've come for the crown, you're later than expected, Barungar Flamefist." The dwarf's eyes widened momentarily before narrowing in suspicion. "You know me. Your hammer is unmistakable. The skull cleaver of Khazad Morul, forged in the Third Age. No other bears such runes along its haft." Thorian gestured toward the fire. "Now lower it and join us. If Elindra's understanding of the prophecy is correct, our paths were destined to cross." Reluctantly, the dwarf lowered his weapon and approached. "And I was expelled from Karazvordum for questioning Runemaster Khazarum's interpretations of ancient texts," he explained gruffly. "There's more to this prophecy than is being told." Elindra nodded. "The shadows that threaten to consume our realms, they're not external. They come from within, Barungar agreed, settling his massive frame beside the fire. From one who has prolonged his life by siphoning the very essence of the mountain's heart. Thorian's gaze darted between his two unlikely companions. Khazaram, the dwarf nodded grimly. For 3 centuries, he has served as rune master, when even the longest-lived of our kind rarely see 2. He translates the prophecy as shadows consuming both realms, but the original runes speak of the shadow at the heart consuming both from within. He wants me to come, Thorian realized, to fulfill a prophecy whose true meaning has been hidden. Why? Elindra's ethereal features tightened, because the crown of Durin is more than a symbol of rulership. When whole, it grants its wearer access to the very source of magic that flows beneath the mountains, magic that feeds both dwarven runes and elven enchantments. Magic that Khazaram has been secretly draining to extend his life, Barungar added. Magic that is now failing. Thorian stared into the fire, watching the flames dance as his 2 worlds collided around him. So I am to be either savior or sacrifice. Neither of his companions contradicted him. The great gates of Karaz Vordum loomed before them, carved from the living mountain and inlaid with mithril that gleamed in the morning sun. Thorian stood taller than any dwarf who had passed through them in an age, yet the blood of Durin flowed in his veins, alongside that of the elven house of Starlight. They will not welcome me, he said quietly. They need not welcome you, Barungar replied. They need only fear the alternative. The journey had changed them all. Elindra's initial reluctance to trust a dwarf, even one half-elven, had gradually given way to respect, as Thorian demonstrated both wisdom and compassion. Barungar, despite centuries of indoctrinated prejudice against elves, had come to value Elindra's keen insights and unflinching courage. And Thorian, exiled, rejected Thorian, had finally embraced the dual heritage that made him uniquely suited to bridge 2 worlds. As they approached, horns sounded from the battlements. The gate swung ponderously open, revealing a reception party led by none other than Runemaster Khazaram himself, his ancient features arranged in a benevolent smile that did not reach his eyes. The prophecy child returns, he announced, his voice carrying to all assembled. Come, Thorian, son of Thrain. The council awaits, and time grows short. The procession through Karaz Vordum's magnificent halls might have overwhelmed Thorian had he not steeled himself against such manipulations. Dwarves lined the passageways, their expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility at the sight of his mixed features and the elf who walked at his side. The council chamber was a vast cavern whose ceiling was lost in darkness above. At its center stood a pedestal of black marble, upon which rested the dwarven half of Durin's crown. Around the chamber's perimeter, 7 ancient dwarves occupied thrones carved from different precious stones, representing the 7 clans. Approach, son of 2 worlds, Khazaram intoned. The time of fulfillment is at hand. Thorian stepped forward, acutely aware of Elindra and Barungar flanking him protectively. I have come as the prophecy foretold, he said, his voice steady. But I wonder, Runemaster, if the prophecy has been truly understood. A flicker of something, annoyance, concern, crossed Khazaram's features before the benevolent mask returned. The understanding of prophecies is my domain, mixed blood, yours is merely to fulfill it. Then let us fulfill it correctly. Thorian gestured to Elindra, who unwrapped the elven half of the crown. Gasps echoed through the chamber as its golden light complemented the blue glow of its twin. Khazaram's smile tightened. Place both halves upon the pedestal. When joined, the true king will be revealed. Before I do, Thorian said, raising his voice to address the entire council, Let the true prophecy be read, not from translations, but from the original stone. Murmurs rippled through the assembly. Kazarim's eyes narrowed dangerously. The ancient language is complex, beyond the understanding of common... I can read it, interrupted Barungar, stepping forward, as can any master smith who works with the old runes. Kazarim's facade finally cracked, revealing a flash of fury quickly suppressed. This is unnecessary. The shadows gather as we delay. Yes, Thorian agreed. The shadow at the heart of the mountain grows impatient. Silence fell across the chamber. One of the council members, a dwarven matriarch with a beard braided with golden rings, leaned forward. What mean you by this, half-blood? The prophecy does not speak of external shadows threatening our realms, Thorian explained, never taking his eyes from Kazarim. It speaks of a shadow within, one who has sustained himself by draining the mountain's essence, weakening the very foundations of both dwarven and elven magic. All eyes turned to Kazarim, whose appearance had subtly shifted. His skin seemed to sag, as if whatever magic had preserved his youthful vitality was faltering under scrutiny. Lies, he hissed, but uncertainty had crept into the council's expressions. Barungar stepped forward, producing an ancient tablet from his pack, the original text recovered from the hidden archives. Let those with knowledge of the old tongue confirm my translation. As several council members gathered around the tablet, Kazarim's composure disintegrated entirely. With a snarl of rage, he raised his staff, which erupted with unnatural blue fire. Fools! I have sustained your realm for centuries. Without me, the magic fades. You haven't sustained it, Elindra countered, her elven features fierce. You've parasitized it, draining what should flow freely between all our peoples. Chaos erupted as Kazarim unleashed his power. Blue fire scorched the ancient stone as council members scrambled for safety. Thorian, acting on instinct, lunged for the pedestal and brought the two halves of the crown together. A blinding light filled the chamber as the crown became whole once more. In that moment of illumination, Kazarim's true form was revealed, a withered husk sustained by stolen magic, more shadow than substance. The crown grew warm in Thorian's hands, then rose of its own accord to settle upon his brow. Knowledge flooded his consciousness, the true purpose of the crown, the natural flow of magic through mountain and forest, the artificial divisions that had weakened both realms over centuries. Kazarim howled in rage and desperation, launching a final attack with all his remaining power. But as the blue fire streaked toward Thorian, it simply flowed into the crown, absorbed and redirected. The runemaster's form wavered like smoke in wind, then collapsed into itself, leaving nothing but empty robes and ancient dust. Silence fell across the chamber. Thorian stood transfixed, the crown upon his head pulsing with harmonized energies, the blue of dwarven rune magic and the gold of elven enchantment flowing together as they were always meant to. The prophecy is fulfilled, he said finally, his voice resonating with newfound authority. Not by destroying a shadow from without, but by healing the wound within. He turned to the assembled council, to Barungar's proud smile and Elindra's graceful bow. The divided crown is whole again, Thorian declared. But now we must heal the divided lands. Around them, the very stone of Karasvordum seemed to sigh with relief as magic began to flow freely once more, no longer drained by Kazarim's corruption, but strengthened by the unity of one who carried the blood of both ancient peoples within his veins. The king under the mountain had returned, not as dwarf or elf, but as something greater, a bridge between worlds too long divided. Story 4. The Whispering Forest had stood for 10,000 years at the border between realms, its ancient sentinels bearing silent witness to the rise and fall of kingdoms. Elves of Silvervale tended its eastern edges, while the western borders touched the foothills where Dwarves of Stonehearthguild had mined the mountains since before written memory. Neither race claimed the forest. Both revered it. Its trees grew taller than any others in the known world, their silvery green leaves eternally whispering secrets to those wise enough to listen. Until the day the whispering stopped. Arendelle Moonshadow crouched on a branch 500 feet above the forest floor, her breath catching in her throat. Before her stood a tree that should have been alive with rustling leaves and creaking branches. Instead, it had transformed to pale grey stone, bark, branch and leaf frozen in perfect, terrible stillness. Not the first she had found this moon cycle, but certainly the closest to elven lands. The master archer brushed her fingers across the petrified surface, feeling not the rough warmth of living wood, but the cold smoothness of marble. No magic she knew could cause this. Even death magic left decay, not this perfect preservation. Her keen eyes traced a path through the canopy, a line of stone trees cutting across the forest like a scar, a path leading unmistakably west toward the dwarven mines that had crept ever closer to the sacred heart of the forest. Rage kindled in her chest, and Arendelle drew her bow, crafted from silverwood blessed by 7 generations of tree speakers. The runes etched along its length glowed faintly in the dappled sunlight. As first defender of the eastern glades, her duty was clear. The dwarves had finally gone too far. 3 nights later, Arendelle slipped through the shadows at the edge of the great pit mine the dwarves called Deep Reach. Her movements were silent as moonlight on water, her grey-green cloak rendering her nearly invisible among the tumbled stones. The plan was simple. Infiltrate the main shaft, place the crystalline seeds of destruction at key structural points, and escape before they bloomed into strangling vines that would collapse the entire operation. The High Council had been explicit. No direct confrontation, no bloodshed. This was to be a warning only. The next time would be war. Arendelle had nearly reached the main shaft when a deep rumble shook the ground beneath her feet. Not the controlled explosions dwarves typically used, but something else, something that sent primal terror coursing through her veins. From the dark mouth of the mine erupted a stream of dwarven miners, their faces masks of panic illuminated by the ghostly light of their lanterns. "It comes! Run, you fools!" one shouted in the common tongue, his voice cracking with fear. Distracted by the commotion, Arendelle missed the figure approaching from her flank until rough hands seized her, slamming her against the rocky wall. The impact knocked the breath from her lungs. "Elf!" growled her captor, a broad-shouldered dwarf whose intricate beard braids marked him as a master of his craft. His eyes, the color of burnished copper, narrowed beneath heavy brows. "Come to spy." Or worse. Arendelle struggled, but the dwarf's grip was like iron. "Unhand me, stone grubber. Your people's greed poisons the Whispering Forest." The accusation seemed to strike the dwarf like a physical blow. His expression shifted from anger to confusion, then to a grim understanding. "You know nothing," he said, his voice lowering. "Come, spy. See what your people accuse us of." Against her will, Arendelle found herself dragged not away from the mine, but toward it, against the tide of fleeing workers. "Release me, whatever trick this is." "No trick," the dwarf interrupted. "My name is Grimleck Ironhand, master miner of Deepreach, V. And whatever you planned for my people, I promise you, we face a greater threat than either of us understood." The mine shaft plunged into darkness, illuminated only by the blue-white glow of Grimleck's lantern. Unlike the crude excavations Arendelle had imagined, Deepreach was a marvel of engineering, its walls reinforced with intricately carved stone supports, its ceiling a smooth dome that somehow captured and redirected light. Or at least, it had been. Now, massive cracks zigzagged across the walls and ceiling, and many of the support columns lay shattered on the ground. But most disturbing were the roots, petrified, stone-grey roots as thick as a warrior's torso, punching through the walls at impossible angles, growing not down as roots should, but laterally, as if seeking something. "They appeared 3 weeks ago," Grimleck explained, his gruff voice echoing in the cavernous space. "At first, just small tendrils we could break away, then larger, then these." He gestured at a root thicker than a mature oak. "They crush everything in their path. We've abandoned 3 shafts already." Arendelle ran her fingers along one of the stone roots, feeling the same unnatural coldness she'd found in the petrified trees. In the forest, the trees turned to stone. "We believed your mining poisoned the land," Grimleck finished, his laugh bitter. "Aye, an easy assumption, but look closer, elf." He raised his lantern, illuminating a section of wall where the stone appeared to flow like water frozen in mid-splash. This was solid granite. Now it changes, becoming something else. The mountain itself transforms, just as your trees do. A distant crack echoed through the chamber, followed by rumbling that shook loose stones from the ceiling. Grimleck seized Arendelle's arm. "That's the 4th shaft collapsing. We must go deeper if you want to see the truth." "Deeper?" Arendelle questioned, instinctive fear warring with curiosity. "Why would we? Because 3 days ago we broke through into something ancient," Grimleck said grimly. "Something that should have remained buried." They descended through ever-narrowing passages, squeezing past stone roots that seemed to pulse with malevolent awareness. The air grew thick with mineral dust and an acrid scent Arendelle couldn't identify. Finally, they reached a rough-hewn door sealed with dwarvish runes. "Beyond lies the deep archive," Grimleck explained, producing an iron key etched with glowing symbols. "Few outside the Stonehearth Guild have ever entered." The door swung open to reveal not more mine tunnels, but a vast circular chamber whose walls were lined with thousands of stone tablets. At the center stood a pedestal upon which rested a book bound in metal, its pages appearing to be thin sheets of hammered gold. "Our history," Grimleck said with evident pride. "Every significant event, discovery, and craft secret since the founding of Stonehearth Guild." His expression darkened. "But what matters today is this." He turned to a section of wall where newer tablets hung. One showed a detailed map of the region, forest, mountains, and the lands between. Dotted lines beneath the surface indicated the network of mine shafts, and at the deepest point, a pulsing red crystal had been inlaid into the stone. 3 days ago, our deepest shaft broke through into a cavern we didn't dig, Grimleck explained. Inside we found something impossible. He led Arendelle to another tablet showing a rough sketch of an enormous chamber. At its center lay what appeared to be a gigantic face carved from stone, its features oddly proportioned yet disturbingly lifelike. "A statue?" Arendelle asked, leaning closer. Grimleck shook his head. "No statue. The records call it a slumbering titan, one of the firstborn who shaped the world before retreating beneath it. This one was imprisoned, its body bound with ancient magics, its soul fragmented and scattered." Cold realization washed over Arendelle. "And your miners disturbed it." "We broke the outer seals unwittingly," Grimleck admitted. "But the inner bindings were already failing. Something had been weakening them for centuries." Before Arendelle could respond, the entire chamber shook violently. Books toppled from shelves, and ancient tablets crashed to the floor. A crack appeared in the ceiling, widening rapidly. "It wakes!" Grimleck shouted over the rumbling. "We must flee!" But as they turned toward the exit, a stone root smashed through the doorway, blocking their escape. More roots erupted from the floor and walls, moving with horrifying purpose. Grimleck drew his axe, a masterwork of dwarven craftsmanship with runes blazing along its edge. "Stand back!" He swung at the nearest root, but instead of cleaving through it, the axe glanced off with a shower of sparks. The root lashed out, sending Grimleck flying across the chamber. Eärendil knocked an arrow to her silverwood bow and loosed it at the largest root. The arrow struck true, its enchanted tip sinking into the stone. For a moment, nothing happened. Then green light spread from the arrow, causing the petrified wood to crack and crumble. "The forest still has power," she called to Grimleck, who was struggling to his feet. "My arrows can slow them." Together they fought their way through the archives, Grimleck clearing fallen debris, while Eärendil held the stone roots at bay. They discovered a secondary passage leading deeper into the mountain, away from the surface, but also away from the immediate danger. "There's another way out through the old mines," Grimleck explained as they hurried through narrow tunnels. "But first, there's something you must see." The passage opened into a chamber so vast that Eärendil's elven eyes could scarcely perceive its far walls. Enormous pillars, not crafted but grown from the living stone, stretched up to a ceiling dotted with crystals that glowed with inner light like underground stars. And at the center, visible now as more than just a face, lay the Titan. Its colossal form appeared to be growing into the chamber floor, ceiling and walls, as if the boundary between flesh and stone had dissolved. Where its chest should have been gaped a massive cavity, empty except for a single pulsing crystal suspended in a web of stone roots. "The fragment of its soul," Grimleck murmured, "the innermost seal keeping it bound." Eärendil stared in wonder and horror. "Why show me this?" "Because of that." Grimleck pointed to the edge of the chamber where an alcove had been carefully carved into the wall. Within it stood two statues, one of a dwarf king bearing a hammer of office, the other of an elven lord holding a staff topped with a crystal identical to the one in the Titan's chest. Beneath them, inscribed in both dwarven runes and elven script, were words that made Eärendil's blood run cold. "By royal blood it sleeps, by royal blood it wakes. The compact stands until the final dawn." "I found records," Grimleck said quietly. 7 centuries ago, during the Great Drought, when both our peoples faced extinction, the Elven High Lord and the Dwarven King came here together. They made a pact with the Titan. Understanding dawned on Eärendil. They bound it using their own lifeblood. I, in exchange for power to save their realms. Grimleck's voice was heavy with shame. The Titan granted magic to both races, what you call the blessing of the silver leaf, what we call the heart of the mountain. But the binding required renewal with each generation. "A sacrifice," Eärendil whispered. Until the current generation, both rulers secretly agreed to end the sacrifices, believing the binding would hold. Grimleck gestured to the awakening colossus. They were wrong. The chamber shuddered as the Titan shifted, stone grinding against stone. The crystal in its chest pulsed faster, and the stone roots throughout the chamber writhed like serpents. "There's only one way to restore the binding," Grimleck said grimly. "The same way it was created, blood of both royal lines freely given." Eärendil's hand moved to her bow. "I am cousin to the Elven High Lord. My blood carries the royal line, diluted though it may be," Grimleck nodded. "And I am third cousin to King Thorgrim Stonehammer, not direct succession, but of the blood." Their eyes met across the chamber, ancient enmity giving way to shared purpose. The ritual requires 2 willing sacrifices, Grimleck continued. Not death, but binding, becoming part of the seal. Becoming stone, Arendelle realized, remembering the frozen trees of the Whispering Forest. Until a better solution is found, yes. Grimleck extended his hand, a gesture never before made between their kinds. Will you join me, Archer of the Silver Leaf? Arendelle hesitated only a moment before clasping the dwarf's calloused hand. I will, Master of Stonehearth. Together they approached the crystal, their shadows stretching long behind them. As Arendelle knocked her final arrow, tipped with her own blood mixed with Grimleck's, she saw not an enemy beside her, but a companion as steadfast as the mountains themselves. The arrow flew true, striking the crystal. Light exploded through the chamber, blinding in its intensity. When it faded, 2 new statues stood before the Titan, an elven archer with bow drawn and a dwarven miner with axe raised high. Between them, the crystal glowed with renewed purpose, the binding restored. Far above, in the Whispering Forest, the first petrified tree softened, wood flowing like water as life returned. And in that moment, a whisper passed through both realms, of sacrifice made, of ancient wrongs revealed, and of a new understanding between peoples who had stood apart for too long. For though the archer and the miner were now stone, the oath they had taken together would echo through generations to come. Not a pact of exploitation and secrets as their forebears had made, but a covenant of shared burden and truth that would, in time, heal the rift between forest and mountain. Story 5. The first snowflake fell like a harbinger of doom upon the verdant canopy of Silverglade Forest. It drifted lazily through the air, an innocent messenger of the calamity to come. Thariel, her copper hair adorned with leaves of amber and gold, extended her slender hand to catch the crystalline visitor. As it touched her warm skin, a chill ran through her body that had nothing to do with temperature. "This is wrong," she whispered to the ancient oaks surrounding her healing grove. "Our winter comes too soon, and with ill intent." 300 leagues away, deep beneath the jagged peaks of the Iron Spine Mountains, Grimly's Stonehammer wiped sweat from his brow as he hammered the glowing metal before him. The forge's heat embraced him like an old friend, yet something felt amiss. The eternal flame that powered the great forges of Khazad-dûrum flickered and dimmed momentarily, causing the young dwarf to pause mid-strike. "Impossible," he muttered, his bushy eyebrows knitting together beneath his soot-stained helm. The perpetual flame had burned without interruption for 7 centuries, ever since King Thordak's grandfather had captured its essence from the heart of a dying star. Neither Thariel nor Grimly could have known that their separate moments of unease were connected by threads of an ancient magic stirring once more, or that their long-severed friendship would soon be their realm's only hope. Within a fortnight, the United Realms lay trapped in winter's merciless grip. The elven forests of Silverglade, once teeming with life and magic, stood frozen in crystalline stillness, their inhabitants retreating to ancient tree cities wrapped in protective enchantments that weakened with each passing day. The entrance tunnels to the dwarven underground kingdom of Khazad-dûrum had been sealed by walls of impenetrable ice, forcing the stout folk to delve deeper into the mountain's heart, where the last embers of warmth still lingered. In the elven High Council chamber, carved from living trees, coaxed into the shape of a perfect dome, Elder Elindra's voice cut through the worried murmurs like a blade of ice. "This is dwarven treachery," she proclaimed, her ancient eyes flashing with righteous fury. "Our scouts report they have awakened the heart of winter from its slumber beneath the Frostpeak Glacier and corrupted its purpose. They mean to drive us from these lands. Meanwhile, In the Grand Hall of Ancestors, King Thordak Ironbeard's fist crashed against the stone table, sending spiderweb cracks across its polished surface. "The elves have finally shown their true nature," he growled to his assembled thanes. "They have stolen the perpetual flame that sustains our people. Without it, our forges cool, our homes grow cold, and our very survival is threatened." Each leader dispatched their champions to seek retribution, all save two who harbored quiet doubts. Thariel slipped through the frozen forest like a ghost, her white cloak blending with the snow-laden landscape. As the youngest member of the healer's circle, she had been overlooked in the rush to assign blame. This oversight granted her the freedom to pursue her own investigation. In her satchel, she carried a book so ancient its binding had been reinforced 7 times over. It contained songs and tales passed down through generations of elven lawmasters. One particular ballad had haunted her dreams since the unnatural winter began. The Lament of the Divided Crown, which spoke of a time when elves and dwarves had stood as allies. As ludicrous as that seemed in these times of enmity, something in the verses called to her, "When twice the frost claims summer's throne, look to the sundered heart of stone, where kinship's bonds were torn asunder by crowned deceit and ancient blunder." On the 8th day of her secret journey, as she approached the border between the two realms, a place most elves avoided, Thariel spotted a stocky figure trudging through knee-deep snow. Her hand flew to her bow before recognition struck her like lightning. "Grimly!" she called out, her voice carrying on the bitter wind. The dwarf spun around, his war hammer half drawn before his eyes widened in disbelief. "By the ancestors! Beards!" Thariel! The childhood friends stared at each other across the snow-covered no-man's land, memories of shared adventures flooding back from before the High Council, and Thanes had forbidden such fraternization decades ago. "What are you doing here?" they asked in unison, then shared a hesitant laugh that hung as mist in the frigid air. In a cave illuminated by Grimly's lantern and Thariel's softly glowing staff, 2 representatives of warring peoples shared what they knew. Grimly had brought ancient stone tablets inscribed with runes, so old few could still read them, having snuck them from the restricted section of the Hall of Records. "The markings speak of the White King," Grimly explained, his thick finger tracing symbols on the tablet's surface. "Who died not as a hero who united the lands, as our histories teach, but as a tyrant who fed on discord." Thariel nodded grimly, opening her book to pages marked with dried leaves. "Our songs say the same. The White King was an archimage who discovered that conflict between elves and dwarves generated a unique magical energy he could harvest to extend his life. Together, they pieced together a horrifying truth. The legendary White King had never died. He had merely retreated into a magical slumber, manipulating counselors on both sides through dreams and whispers for generations, sowing the seeds of distrust while feeding on the resulting discord. "The eternal winter," Thariel whispered. "It's not a weapon, it's his awakening." Grimly's face paled beneath his beard. "And he has taken both the heart of winter and the perpetual flame to fuel his return." As if summoned by their realization, the cave entrance darkened. A figure of ice and mist materialized, a frost construct bearing the unmistakable crown of the White King upon its crystalline head. "How observant you both are," it spoke with a voice like breaking ice. "And a pity such wisdom comes too late." They barely escaped the assassin construct, fleeing deeper into the network of caves that existed at the border between their realms. Ancient passages led them ever downward, to places neither elf nor dwarf had tread in millennia. These tunnels, Grimly marveled, running his hands along walls bearing both elven script and dwarven runes, often intertwined. They were built by our peoples working together. Their journey brought them to a vast underground chamber where the ceiling opened to the frozen sky above. Here stood the Temple of Convergence, its pillars half carved from living stone, half grown from magical trees, a perfect union of dwarven and elven craftsmanship. As they approached the central altar, magical lights awakened, revealing murals along the walls, depicting elves and dwarves standing together against a white-crowned figure. The final mural showed a circular emblem, half flame and half snowflake. The true history, Thariel breathed, touching the painted figures with reverence, hidden from both our peoples. A deep rumble shook the temple, and snow poured through the opening above. The White King himself descended on a throne of ice, no longer needing constructs to do his bidding. His form shimmered between corporeal and spectral, growing more solid with each moment. "How touching," he sneered, his voice echoing with the power of ages. "I descendants of the very fools who thought they could imprison me." In his right hand, he held a pulsing blue crystal, the heart of winter, and in his left, a dancing flame contained within a teardrop of diamond, the perpetual flame. And with these ancient artifacts reunited, and the renewed conflict between your peoples feeding my power, I shall reclaim my frozen throne and finish what I began millennia ago. What followed was a desperate battle against a foe empowered by centuries of harvested conflict. Grimly's hammer struck true, but passed through the White King's semi-corporeal form. Thariel's enchanted arrows fared little better. "We cannot defeat him by force," Thariel called out, dodging a blast of killing frost. Grimly nodded grimly, understanding dawning in his eyes. "Then we must use what he fears most." In perfect synchrony born from childhood adventures long past, they retreated to opposite sides of the temple, drawing the White King's divided attention. While he focused on Thariel, Grimly managed to reach the ancient altar at the chamber's center. When the king turned to stop him, Thariel loosed an arrow that pierced the diamond containing the perpetual flame, freeing it. The flame shot toward Grimly, who had pricked his palm with his dagger. "With the blood of the mountains!" he shouted, letting his dwarf blood drip onto the altar. Thariel did the same on her side. "And the blood of the forest!" The White King's triumphant expression twisted into horror as the altar began to glow with golden light. "No! The ritual was lost." "Forgotten. Not forgotten," Thariel replied, "just hidden in plain sight, in songs and runes meant to find each other again. As their blood, dwarf and elf, mingled on the ancient stone, the perpetual flame and the heart of winter tore free from the White King's grasp, drawn to the altar where they hovered above the blood-mixed channel cut into its surface. Odun, blood of winter, blood of stone, blood of forest, blood of bone, Grimly and Thariel chanted together, words appearing in their minds from some ancestral memory. Unite what malice tore apart, reveal the truth within each heart. With a terrible scream, the White King lunged for the artifacts, but too late. The flame and heart spiraled together, creating a blinding vortex of power that shot upward through the temple's open ceiling into the sky above. Warmth flooded the chamber as the White King's form began to dissolve, his essence drawn into the vortex, trapped once more. "This changes nothing," he hissed as his crown clattered to the stone floor. "They will never believe you. The enmity between your peoples runs too deep." As his final words echoed into silence, the temple walls began to shine with an inner light, the murals animating to show the complete history, the truth of how elves and dwarves had once been allies, how the White King had manipulated them, and how only together could they keep him imprisoned. Grimly picked up the fallen crown, now nothing more than metal and jewels. Perhaps he's right. Perhaps they won't believe us. Thariel smiled, taking his free hand in hers. Then we'll make them see. Together. Above ground, as Thariel and Grimly emerged from the hidden temple entrance, they witnessed a miracle spreading across the land. The unnatural winter was receding, replaced by a gentle thaw. Where the vortex had pierced the sky, streams of golden light spread outward like the branches of a great tree, melting the ice and revealing the land renewed beneath. In the elven forests, branches heavy with snow straightened as ice turned to glittering dew. In the Dwarven mountains, the sealed entrances cracked and thawed, allowing fresh air to circulate once more. And in the minds of many on both sides, dreams of conflict were replaced with vague memories of ancient cooperation, like the fading recollection of stories told in childhood. The ancient rivalry would not disappear overnight. Too many generations had passed for that, but as Thariel and Grimly stood together at the border between their lands, the crown of the White King to be locked away in the Temple of Convergence, they knew this was but the first step on a long journey toward healing. "Do you remember," Thariel asked softly, "when we were children, how you taught me to forge a simple nail, and I showed you how to speak to birds?" Grimly's weathered face cracked into a smile beneath his beard. "Those were simpler times, perhaps," she replied, watching the golden light spread across the awakening land. "Those simpler times await us again." Together, with the first true warmth of a new dawn on their faces, they began the long walk toward unity, an elf healer and a dwarf blacksmith carrying a truth too powerful to remain buried beneath the snow. Story 6. A solitary moonbeam pierced the stained glass dome of the sacred chambers, illuminating the ancient pedestal where the blade of Thalon should have rested. Instead, only shadow remained. The circular chamber, its walls adorned with murals depicting the legendary forging of the weapon by dwarven and elven hands, working in rare harmony, now felt hollow, diminished by the artifact's absence. Crystalline lanterns pulsed with alarmed crimson light, reflecting off polished marble floors and casting blood-colored shadows across the faces of the stunned guards who had discovered the impossible theft. No ordinary weapon had been stolen. The Blade of Thalon represented the last great alliance between the realms of Silvermoon and Iron Deep, a masterpiece of dwarven metallurgy and elven enchantment created 7 centuries ago to seal a peace that had since grown fragile. Its blade had been forged in the legendary fires of Master Smith Durin from star metal that fell from the heavens, while the 7 mages of Silvermoon had spent a year and a day weaving protective spells into its gleaming surface. Runes of both peoples spiraled along its length, telling the story of how ancient enemies became reluctant allies against a darkness that had threatened to consume both realms. Now it was gone, and with it, any hope of maintaining the uneasy peace. Lyriella Starweaver stood at her father's side in the Grand Council chamber of Silvermoon, her posture perfect despite the tension that coiled within her like a serpent. As daughter of High Counselor Elendor, she had been taught since childhood to maintain the serene mask that elven nobility wore regardless of circumstance. Today, that training was tested to its limits. "The evidence is irrefutable," growled Ambassador Grimstone of Iron Deep, his dwarven accent thick with barely controlled fury. Though he stood barely chest-high to the elven counselors around him, his presence filled the chamber. Dwarven magic sensors detected elven enchantments, breaching our ward boundaries the very night the blade vanished. "Curious," responded Elendor with lethal politeness. as our own sensors detected traces of dwarven demolition powder within the sacred chambers. Her father's silver eyes flicked briefly to Lyriella, a warning to maintain composure. Perhaps your people sought to reclaim what your histories insist was gifted under duress. The dwarven ambassador's beard bristled, his gnarled hands clenching, as if already imagining them around an axe handle. You accuse the children of Iron Deep of theft, we who value honor above all. And you accuse the keepers of Silvermoon of the same, countered Elendor. The blade has rested in our safekeeping for 7 centuries by mutual agreement. Lyriella studied the ambassador's face, noting the genuine outrage in his expression. Either he was a masterful performer, or the dwarves truly believed the elves responsible. Her gaze drifted to the shadows at the back of the chamber, where a figure stood apart from the other counselors, King Alar himself, his ancient eyes unreadable beneath his crown of living silver branches. Unlike the openly furious counselors, the king's expression remained impassive, almost expectant. A chill touched Lyriella's spine that had nothing to do with the chamber's cool air. The council session ended with angry declarations and thinly veiled threats. As the dwarven contingent stormed out, Ambassador Grimstone paused beside Lyriella, lowering his voice. Tell your father that Iron Deep remembers. The last time the blade changed hands, 3 mountains burned. With that ominous pronouncement, he departed, his heavy footsteps echoing down the crystal corridor. Lyriella found herself alone with her father, who sagged visibly now that diplomacy no longer required perfect posture. War is coming, he said simply, the words falling between them like stones into still water. There must be another explanation, Lyriella insisted. The dwarves' anger seemed genuine. Her father's smile held no warmth. Of course it seemed genuine. They are master craftsmen of stone, metal, and deception. Then why not search for the blade? Lyriella pressed. I could lead a small company. No. The word fell like an axe. The king has forbidden any pursuit across borders. We must prepare for what comes. As she left the chamber, Lyriella noticed that the king had vanished as silently as mist at dawn. Later that night, unable to sleep as visions of impending conflict haunted her, she made a decision that would alter not only her fate, but that of both realms. She would find the blade herself. Thoric Barbaferia had expected to die in battle someday, a glorious end befitting the heir to Clan Barbaferea. He had not expected to be condemned as a traitor by his own people, stripped of his clan markings and cast out into the border wilderness for the crime of suggesting that perhaps, just perhaps, the elves might not be responsible for the blade's theft. Naive fool, his father had spat before the clan gathering. Your sympathy for the tree dwellers dishonors your ancestors. 3 days of solitary trekking through the disputed borderlands had done little to improve his mood. His beard, once elaborately braided with the iron rings that signified his lineage, now hung loose and unadorned, a constant reminder of his disgrace. The only possession he'd been allowed to keep was his forge hammer, not out of mercy but practicality. Even an exile deserved a fighting chance in the wilds. He crested a rise overlooking the River Shimmer, the natural boundary between dwarven and elven territories, and froze at the sight of a slender figure moving with unnatural grace along the far bank. An elf, by the fluid movement and the gleam of silver hair in the moonlight. But what would one of the Silvermoon folk be doing so close to the border, especially with war brewing? Curiosity warred with ingrained suspicion. Finally, with a grunt of resignation, Thoric descended toward the river. If he couldn't go home, He might as well satisfy his curiosity. It would likely be the death of him someday. Liriella sensed the dwarf's approach before she saw him, a disturbance in the forest's natural rhythm. Heavy footfalls attempting stealth but achieving only slightly muffled clamor to her sensitive ears. She nocked an arrow to her moon-silver bow, aiming at the shadowed figure emerging from the tree line across the shallow river. "A halt and declare yourself," she commanded, "or my next words will be spoken over your grave." The figure stopped, then deliberately placed his weapon, a smith's hammer, on the ground beside him. "I am Thoric, formerly of Clan Barbaferia. I have no quarrel with you, elf." Something in his tone, resigned, bitter, yet lacking the typical dwarven hostility, gave her pause. "Formerly?" she questioned, bow still raised. "Exiled," he replied simply. "And for suggesting that perhaps we should seek the truth about the blade's theft before marching to war." Liriella lowered her bow a fraction. "You don't believe elves took it?" Thoric's laugh held no humor. "I believe nothing except that I know nothing, unlike my kinsmen who are certain of elvish treachery." He studied her with unexpected intensity. "You're no border scout. Too finely dressed. A noble then, and alone. Either a spy or a fool, or someone also seeking truth," she countered, finally lowering her weapon completely. "I am Liriella, daughter of High Counselor Elendor." Recognition flashed in the dwarf's eyes. "The peacemaker's daughter. Your father negotiated the last treaty renewal." His expression darkened. "A treaty now worth less than the parchment it was written on." An idea formed in Liriella's mind. Dangerous, potentially treasonous, but perhaps their only hope. "You seek the true thief. So do I." "And why should I trust you?" Thoric demanded. "You shouldn't," she replied honestly, "just as I shouldn't trust you. But we share a rare belief that neither of our peoples is responsible. And I have suspicions about where to begin our search." Thoric retrieved his hammer, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand. "I've already lost everything for my moderate views. What more could I lose by following an elf on a fool's errand?" He crossed the shallow river in several determined strides. "Where do we start?" "The mountains of perdition," Liriella replied, "where light and shadow blur, and ancient powers still walk freely." Thoric's bushy eyebrows rose. "The unmapped lands. We might as well slit our own throats now and save ourselves the journey." "Perhaps," Liriella agreed, "but before the blade was forged, it was prophesied that it would someday return to the darkness from which its metal was born. The meteorite that formed the blade's core fell in those mountains." The dwarf's expression shifted from skepticism to grudging intrigue. "And what makes you suspect this direction instead of simple theft?" Liriella hesitated, then revealed her deepest fear. "Because of what I glimpsed in my king's eyes when news of the theft was delivered. Not shock, not anger, but satisfaction." Their journey through the unmapped lands tested every skill both possessed. They navigated shifting pathways that rearranged themselves nightly, outsmarted carnivorous vines that disguised themselves as resting places, and escaped a pride of shadow panthers whose roars could paralyze with terror. Throughout their trials, an uneasy alliance slowly transformed into reluctant respect. On the seventh day, as they scaled a cliff face that pulsed with veins of luminescent crystal, Thoric finally asked the question that had lingered between them. "Why would your king desire war between our peoples?" Liriella secured her handhold before answering. "I believe he seeks something only accessible through conflict, perhaps ancient magic that requires bloodshed to awaken." There are texts in our forbidden archives that speak of powers slumbering beneath mountains, awaiting the blood tithe of ancient enemies. Blood magic, Thoric spat the words like poison. Forbidden by both our peoples since the Dark Age. Yet rumors persist that some of the eldest elven nobility still practice it in secret. Lyriella pulled herself onto a ledge, offering a hand to the dwarf despite knowing his pride would likely refuse it. To her surprise, he clasped her forearm, allowing her to help him up. My father discovered scrolls suggesting King Elar is far older than he claims, perhaps old enough to remember the forging of the blade itself. They reached the summit as twilight descended, revealing a plateau where natural stone had been shaped into a perfect circle of standing pillars. At the center, embedded in an altar of black glass, gleamed the unmistakable form of the blade of Thalon. But they were not alone. A figure in robes of midnight blue stood before the altar, head bowed in concentration. Around him, the air shimmered with unnatural energies that made Lyriella's magical senses recoil. King Elar, she whispered, her worst fears confirmed. The king turned, his ageless face showing no surprise at their presence. "To the councillor's daughter and the exiled prince," he mused. "How appropriate that you should witness the culmination of 7 centuries of patience." "What patience?" Thoric demanded, hammer raised. "What culmination?" "The blade was never meant to maintain peace," Elar replied, his voice eerily calm. "It was created to absorb the essence of conflict, to gather power from every dispute, every diplomatic tension, every petty border skirmish between our peoples." His smile was terrible in its beauty. For 700 years it has fed on discord while appearing to symbolize harmony. "And now you've stolen it to unleash that power," Lyriella realized, horror dawning. "Not stolen," Elar corrected. "Reclaimed." The dwarven smith Durin was a visionary who understood the true potential of star metal. The elven mages who enchanted it were my disciples, sworn to secrecy. "The original alliance was a lie," Thoric growled. "A necessary deception," Elar countered. "The blade required proximity to both races to gather their essential energies. Now, with war imminent, it will absorb the power of full-scale conflict, enough to complete the transformation I've awaited since I placed the false prophecies that led to its creation." With a gesture, Elar sent a wave of force that knocked them backward. The ground beneath the altar began to crack, revealing not stone, but a swirling vortex of darkness. In that moment, Lyriella and Thoric exchanged a glance of perfect understanding. Centuries of prejudice dissolved in the face of shared betrayal. Without words, they coordinated their attack, Lyriella's enchanted arrows providing covering fire, while Thoric circled behind the king. The battle that followed would later enter the legends of both peoples. How an elven archer and a dwarven smith together challenged an ancient sorcerer king at the edge of the world. How Thoric's hammer, strengthened by Lyriella's hastily applied enchantments, struck the black altar at precisely the moment one of her moon-silver arrows pierced the king's defenses. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves across both realms, visible as a column of light that pierced the heavens. When consciousness returned, Lyriella found herself lying beside Thoric amid the shattered remains of the altar. The blade of Thalon lay between them, its legendary edge now notched and dulled, its enchantment spent. Of King Elar, nothing remained save his crown of silver branches, twisted and blackened. "It's over," Thoric said, his voice rough with exhaustion. "No," Lyriella replied, carefully lifting the damaged blade. "But it's just beginning." They descended from the mountain as the first light of dawn broke across the divided lands, carrying with them not only the dormant blade, but something far more powerful. truth that could prevent a war and perhaps forge a genuinely new understanding between ancient enemies. Behind them, where the altar had stood, a sapling took root, half its leaves silver like moonlight, half golden like forge fire, growing from soil where the blood of elf and dwarf had mingled with that of a being who had sought to rule them both.